Hello, hello. Getting on this. Someone followed me while I was setting up. Let's see who that was. Judge Judy Slayer. Thank you for the follow. Okay, let's get on this. Whew, finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be, and this is the most luxurious accommodation? Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was sent on this city tour by the government. That's why he was able to put That's why he was being put up in the first class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in the steerage. Really? That must be awful. Oh, look over there. There's another crewman keeping watch, and he looks enormous, even if he's sitting down. The door next to him leads to the second class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose. Like people in handcuffs. Nahara-san, you look like a little boy visiting the toy shop for the first time. Would have thought you'd be used to this ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard. Ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. Must have been a very trying time for you. Please, don't give me that pitying look. This was like a plan of the SS Bureau. Shows each deck. Look. Bureau is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering. Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean? Oh, that's really quite simple, Naohara-san. It is? Well, considering the Japanese archipelago islands of Japan, yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth, many, many times larger than this ship. They don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea ever since the gods created them. Well, I suppose so. It's a huge book on top of the shelf there. There's a pen next to it. Yes, that looks like the ship's log. Shall we have a little look into it? Look through it? The writing's so neat and precise, every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. And nothing? No reaction at all? I thought he might appreciate the compliment. I'm not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naohara-san, to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. Excuse me, but can I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer? That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you? You? You little third-class lady's maid? Oh. We seem to have caught this sailor on a bad day, Susato-san. Not a sailor. My mother gave me the name. My mother gave me a name. I'm a senior crewman, Biff Stroganoff. This thing is to just avoid eye contact, I think. Mr. Stroganoff, not this first-class cabin area. Here we are in the finest part of the Bira steamship. For very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens, traveling in secret. Many important persons. That is why I'm always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let the stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you into the ocean, but Stroganoff is not. Thank you. If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asagi currently occupied? Yeah, I guess that's what it says. Susato-san, did you understand that? Sounded like a... I think it's probably Russian for yes, or no. Genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Well, sounds like there is somebody in the next door cabin at least. Yes, it's tantalizing. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asagi? His name is Mr. Grimesby Boylack? He's a very important Western gentleman. Western gentleman? Do not think about it, he has nothing to do with the murder of the student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is an authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East Islands. Was harsh. Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came on board? That is not your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there was anyone in there. Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, it must be rather important, isn't that right? That is not your business. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganoff? Ah, all the time. So criminals like you cannot come in or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? It is sad about Student Boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. And did you notice anything at all at the time? Anything unusual? Susato-san, did you understand that? It was clearly no. I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all. You didn't hear any strange noises or sense anything wrong in some way? Said, no. Sorry. I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. He knows something. Or he didn't. That is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh, it's time for me to report to Captain. Must return to cabin. Yes, alright. We'll head to the second class area, staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain, or as the English say, when the pigs fly. Yes, I understand. Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Definitely. Anyway, look here. Last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. Okay, just did this thinking. Let's still wait to the second class area of the ship. Is something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it, just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me. I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle of the door, a burly seaman would surely shoot you dead. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there. Now I started with my talk of running away. And there is no way I could run away while Kazuma's death remains a mystery anyway. What do you think this was? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it? That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says press only in times of emergency. Looks as though it sets off alarm bells ringing all over the ship. Brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh, to see. What are you doing, Mr. Nahara-san? You mustn't touch it. This is an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no reason, you'd be in an even worse situation. I wish everything would just stop, the ship included. If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect everyone else. What is this? Ah, a trap for catching mice. Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. Yes, I think that's what is called cheese. It's made from the milk of cows. Cheese? Wonder what that tastes like. You can't eat it, son. The trap will snap shut on your fingers. Really? But I suppose you're right. You weren't actually gonna try it, were you? All I've had to eat for the past couple weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. I don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. I'll find a little snack for you later. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever is in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help us with our inquiries. Annoying. What was that? It came from inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. Stand aside. I'm about to break the door down. Where did you come from? Mr. Sholmes? Shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. Doesn't? Then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What, pray, can I kick? I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stressfully. 9th of January, SS Bira, first class cabin, number 2. Who are you? Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. True, this old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, just who screamed? Get out, all of you, now. Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimesby Roylott, I believe? Yes, that's me, and you are. And the one and only, the actual Sherlock Holmes. You heard of me, no doubt? No. I'm a great detective among the great detectives, one who adores the cover of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you must trust me completely. The man uses that magazine like a business card. A detective? Do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So might I be so bold to ask you to open that small traveling case? What? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in that small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, not traveling inside one's trunk. Don't look at me. Oh my, did you see that, Mr. Naruto? Yes, the case just shook. Leave, now. Otherwise, I'll call the steward. So this is Cosmo's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby. There's no doubt about it. This strange Russian man is hiding something. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. This dude is obviously, you know, the guy on the... Yes. Can I present it to him? I'll talk to him first. Mr. Roylott, we'd like to talk to you about something. No. Oh. No one to talk. Leave my cabin now. Ugh. This is going terribly. We're not getting anywhere here. I agree. And maybe... there may be someone else who can help. Is that great detective? Could this somewhere with Mr. Roylott? Hey, what are you doing in the wardrobe? Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only to address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed. I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe while waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of deduction into service. Oh. And it seems that hour is upon us. That the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on for once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why? The truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusive. Are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh yes, please. Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detectives greatly admired great deduction of the case. Could this man be more of a hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time it occurs to me, is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you, or anyone. That's right, and Mr. Sholmes? I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read, it's a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. Shh. I must have complete silence. What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have researched two conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you're about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Number two, the other conclusion I have drawn. You are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing the most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not? Oh, Naruto-san, I've never imagined I've witnessed one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes. It's a great deduction? Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What? What? Ineffable twaddle. Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. Now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. It's like a dream come true. I can hardly believe it, but all the color has drained from Mr. Roylott's face. Looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. Ow! How could I possibly know such things? You wish to say? Very well then. Shall elucidate. Shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let's board us the train of reasoning. Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together. The great deduction. Game is afoot. What is this? Old man's identity? So, The dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Froilot, obviously what catches the eye in the first place, is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring at us in the face. You were on the verge of using those shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now, moving on. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Mudlock? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence that sheds light on the matter. Regards, if you will, this morning's newspaper, in particular, the fascinating front page article, which would appear that you have read also, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary Milan Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, Milan Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. Wrongdoing? Now, as for my second conclusion, you are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing the most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have the propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before your very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. It's time, I think, the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps, one slight enough to fit therein. Be absurd. In what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in traveling case? Dear me. We're not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your carelessness betrays you? Once again, we need to only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can be equally found in the pages of this newspaper. For there is another, most stimulating article. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page, renowned prima ballerina of Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to one conclusion. Your crime is that of an abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavla. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma. Elomitsky? Susato-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about it, was it? Well, the stories are full of Sholm's brilliant deductions, you know? But that did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Sholmes, could you come over here for a moment? Ray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, there's a newspaper article. I think we've had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing alike each other. Ah, yes, I recall our discussion earlier. And at the time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance. This man is a hack. In fairness to Sholmes, Mr. Roulette does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. And another thing, part about him abducting the ballerina. Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old in that case, even if you pushed really hard. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A trope of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain liveliness of their bodies. Vinegar? For such a shower brunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into confines of that small case. Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. This whole thing is turning into a circus. Mr. Naruhodo, something occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of the matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seems a little off. The idea of a little may be a little off itself, Mr. Sato. It's just one or two key words in his deductions that seem to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Switch some keywords in his deductions? Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction. Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work. At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me. It's not that funny. Ah, and you, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? Ah, where are your handcuffs? Huh? How did... I felt that they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. Don't believe it. Mr. Sholmes, you are remarkable. And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. I'm not worried, in fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. So, the dubious-looking Russian Mr. Roulette, obviously what catches my eye in the first place, is an enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring at us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious spear you swore. I'm not so sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? I doubt that's something I'd ever have to worry about. Doesn't quite sit right with me, though. Doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Voylot ever. Either. Which means... I suppose the deduction is wrong. Let's try to switch a keyword in there, Naruho-san. See if that helps matter. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Voylot. I wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use the shears on. Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholm's deduction a bit better, then what? And I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruho-san. Why am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyways, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around in that last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Voylot really going to use those enormous shears for? His hair? The cat? Copious beard? Wait a second. Wait a second. Golden locks? What is this? Looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. No, the color is not the point. The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Voylot's head? And how is it growing out from underneath his thick black hair? Well, yes, that's true. So it's suddenly beautiful and suddenly surprising. Something's definitely not right here. Let's present that.
Yes!
You were on the verge of using those shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such lush, golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all, you're a woman, and judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one very much in her youth. Oh no. If only I had managed to cut off all my hair, no one would have suspected. The question then begs this: why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity. Article about the revolutionary. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea that old man was really a young woman in disguise, did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise, Naruho-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. It's strictly business. Particularly... Yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyways, let's focus on the next part of Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now. No, that's true, given that Mr. Voylot is actually a woman. Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now. Yes. Let's switch the evidence for something else, something that fits the facts as we now understand them. For some reason, this woman needs to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best.
Yes!
The evidence that reveals your true identity is that, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right, you've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet prima ballerina. Miss Nicolina Pavolia. You're right. My real name is Nina. Nicolina Pavolia. Please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are, this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a tendency, whatever, to let their eyes astray, you see? And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sit before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. The woman is a ballerina and she's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside that traveling case as well. No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? See, I'm gonna have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. You seem to look pleased, Nahaya-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? Stop it. Anyways, there must be something else here that shows that what this woman is up to. Wow, look at this dazzling tiara. Never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, do you think? Oh, Nahodo-san, try it on. What? Me? Isn't it usually girls who wear tiaras when you like to try it on? Oh no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful. Why does this tiara look familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently.
Yes!
The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novovich Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft. Oh no. Yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. I have no one, no family, no friends. I'm all alone and need money. I did not steal a tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia? It belongs to me. This girl is only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. Alright, I'll tell you everything. There's no point in hiding it now. Come, come, let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? Well, what do you mean? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It's reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? Dear girl, is there no sense in playing games? There's no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case even before I've ever laid eyes on them. Dear me. We're not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless group Doyle portrays you? I don't know. Once again, we need to follow your irritative glance and find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written on the books of the shelf. He's completely changed tact with his deduction. I think Mr. Soldier's adapting his logic to changing circumstances, don't you think? Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this? Just a wild guess, really. Oh, do you think so? Well, then it seems likely that the reason is why this young woman doesn't want to open her case. Would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yes, that's true, but still. Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. There has to be another reason why she won't open her case. It must be somewhere in the same area, if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. I agree. It's the only answer. Whatever she has hidden inside the case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. Does she have a pet in her bag?
Yes!
Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Is it a cat? Maybe she had like a bowl of milk or something on the ground. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from the carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move out of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova, inside your traveling case. Is the last item listed as forbidden in the vessel's rule of passage, a pet. So clearly you aren't who you said you were. No, I'm not Grimsby Roylott. Her real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel, which couldn't have been easy. realize a huge steamship with a vast crew. Did she really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman, and you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet, to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of a bell by none other than this young lady naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai, I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself so no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man? I see. I put on the fur hat and fake beard, then just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper, right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearance completely, that they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up these scissors in my hand and... the precise moment we walked in to the annoying unlocked cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing? There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You were right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out. If you say any to the group, if you say to any of the crew, your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us in as much detail as you can muster about the events of last night. Yes, alright. I'll tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, wasn't it something, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction? It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yes? What? Observe your wrist. My... your hands. They're cuffed again. What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. When and why? Still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry to say, can't be helped at the moment. Can it? Really? Anyways, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. Can't go on not knowing. Have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary. About what? About in his diary really was. Did you know that someone's killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died? He was a friend of mine. Oh. That's why we're trying to figure out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking? Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest? Perhaps its steam engine exploded? Perhaps everyone on board would have would have noticed that that really happened. Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Oh, I see. You've run away from your ballet company, have you? The Novovich Ballet? Yes. I'm traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder. But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water. We must dance all over the world. I have to run away. I have no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of this ship. They've always been so kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin. That's indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova. It creates a most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naharu? Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Ms. Pavlova's explanation. It's about conundrum, I'm not so sure, but... Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, SS Bira stopped by no port last night. Ah, that's it, of course. So how was it, pray, that you've come to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of the cabin came aboard. This is not your business. Yes, you're right. You'd seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry? What was that? It's how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens because I am an angel. Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said I never can resist the touch of the dramatic. Seems Miss Pavlova is the same. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderful, extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Shirley. Anyways, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case? Is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh please, don't tell. Don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious... Then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case aboard, no doubt. So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. But what sort of pet is your friend? Little puppy? Isn't it? Maybe an adorable little rabbit? Your credit... Huh, your credit rush has a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? You may well ask. I have no idea. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Is it obvious? It must be a chicken. Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you eat your friends? I'll remember that. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is closely guarded secret, to not be revealed. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it? Let's see. Don't touch. Huh? I will tell you what I know about last night, but please, you must not touch my things. You say, forbid it. Oh, sorry. As well you should be, young man. What vulgar manners you have. Poking around in a young lady's private belongings. Neither shall I allow it. Hypocrite. Oops. So maybe I should just enter the thing. This is a diary of my friend who passed away. His diary? Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual, it reads. 1:23 a.m., I hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m., what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? I don't understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to this cabin, you see? It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh. Miss Pavlova? Something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. I don't know anything. Oh. Excuse me, Mr. Roylott? Yes? What? Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to the captain's quarters at once, please. Alright. I'll come now. What? You must leave. Now. Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please don't worry yourselves, Mr. Roylott. Get out. Pastor said out, or you want me to throw you out? Ugh. Looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased up. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. 9th of January, SS Bureau, first class, cabin, passageway. Wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we managed to find some clue as to what that speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able for a while. We won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guard in the door. He's really glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh, yes, he's completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as to the wind. He needed to get a shirt in his size. He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrist. He just wants to show off his tummy a little bit. Let's see. Anything new I can look at? Maybe I can talk to this dude. I really wish we had a chance to look around Miss Pavlova's cabin. What? Why do you look at me like that? You want something? Maybe you want me to throw you out again? Hmm? Oh, no, definitely not that. Next time I'll throw you out, I'll show you where the lobsters spend winter. Understand? Understood. Maybe I should steer clear of him now he's forgotten my face. Until he's forgotten my face. I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruto-san. First class cabin, number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin. Kazuma-sama. Sorry. Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? Small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. Anyway, I wonder if Inspector Hasanaga has managed to uncover any new clues. Yes, we should probably find him and ask. That door leads to second class area. It's locked. Can't open it. No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape. Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. Maybe I should go back into the cabin? Looks like it. Maybe Hasanaga's in there. Looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject. I wonder if Inspector Hasanaga is unscathed. What do you mean? Unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Nahara-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out in the cabin? Allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was gonna talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life down on the line for you. Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. See what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. This is not him. Is it? You. Where'd you go? Oh, sorry. I just went to the next door cabin too. Who gave you permission for that? Well, Seaman Hasanaga did. The new Japanese, was it? Later, I'll roll him to a ball and throw him in the cold room. Whew, he's gone back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hasanaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Conorville. That could be a very long time from now, son. Okay. I don't think there's anything new, is there? Books provide passengers. They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Yes, you tied them up, didn't you? You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior of the cabin leads to damage. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. Can't relax when things are untidy. This is where Kazuma spent his final moments writing in his diary. You hear a faint whistling sound. Speckled band. Pina is right in here on this page. It's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Kazuma somehow left us valuable clues in these words, I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naha-san. We will. So it's clear these letters were written in ink that was somehow spilt on the floor. And they spelled the Russian word for wardrobe. This seemed to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruto-san, as you were sleeping in there. But to be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelled out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma somehow would have written his last words, or word, in Russian. Which begs the question of who did write it. There are rules of passage for travel aboard NASA's Bureau. Passengers must not keep weapons. Pets. So by bringing her pet on board, Miss Pavlova has broken the rules. She called her friend, didn't she? Yes, although we don't know what form this friend takes as yet. I'm also certain, whatever it is, it's inside the traveling case in her cabin. A friend? It's more than this than it seems, I think. Oh, that's where he is. So this ventilator joins Miss Pavlova's cabin. Yes, that's right. And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. A speckled band, as he described it. Only Miss Pavlova has been able to shed some light on it. She seems as baffled as we are. Yes, I wonder if she's telling us everything, though. I'm not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same thing about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. Man, he got fucked up. Ah, you're back. Inspector, what happened to you? Your face is... Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe? When I told the captain I'd give you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fist and toss me overboard. What? The pummeling was over in a flash and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. Looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on a line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh! Bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Sherlock Holmes. I don't think he was German though. Ah, I explained it. Shall we compare notes then? Tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Oh, do you know who she is? Please, for a self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know. A graceful angel. Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us that the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. Oh? How? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, now I've definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, let's see. Ah, there's one thing. I do have a small piece of information for you. Oh, what? Yes. Do tell, Inspector, please. What is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. Buria's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh. Kazuma's post-mortem report? Kazuma-sama. So, what was the cause of death? I mentioned the cervical vertebrae. It's what's written in the report. His neck was broken? Yes, it seems so. There's no obvious wound or other signs of injury. So at first I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found yet. But the fact that there is no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. There's a possibility and no obvious wound would be left. For Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome now. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Ah. The post-mortem report has been entered into the court record. Oh, Mr. Stromes was here, was he? Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes, just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish, was all he said. Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. It was when he was over there, by that broken piece of glass. You see? Perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, you think? Yes, that must have been it. But how can Mr. Sholmes know it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it? Not the song? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? Sort of dark brownish red then. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean that this is the mark made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuff the floor? That's really all I can tell you at this stage. To return to my post. Fellow crewman's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. Poor Inspector. You look exhausted. Oh, no, well... I feel terrible that I failed to protect Sogi-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You are her friends. Truth is, I seem to have a heavy head ever since I woke up this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. It really is such a beautiful color, this glass. It's like whatever it was has broken clean too. The other half is nowhere to be seen. Then there's the brick-colored mark, which is shoe polish according to that great detective you seem to know about. I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes. Maybe. What I'd like to know is, how can the detective be so sure it's shoe polish and not something else? Because he's a great detective, of course. It's hardly a reason, isn't it? Ah, look, Naruho-san. Seaman Stroganoff is gone. Strong enough? The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us? All these Russian names are impossible to remember. Tralala. Do you hear that? It sounded like someone was singing. I did the great detective. What is he doing? Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can investigate. Definitely. Or that stringy knot crewman comes back. It's Stroganoff, not stringy knot. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susota-san. Oh, is she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. It's not a moment to waste, Mr. Haruho-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right. For Kazuma's sake. Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at the port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruho-san, ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Yes, it doesn't seem like it's been dropped, more like it was put there deliberately. Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? What? A leak? Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship's gonna sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open. It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret. So you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Bureau. I wonder what kind of animals she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? So this ventilator comes to Cosmo's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Ah, maybe. So that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyways, last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. Naruho-san, are you there? Alright, I'm right here. Yes, why? Oh, good. I think you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see. Well, anyways, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. It would seem this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are very thirsty people. Or, because Miss Pavlova only came in this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you? Son. I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away? Naruho-san, it's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know? Ugh, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly, we have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. There are just a few books on the desk, nothing else by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet. Last night, she hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. I've seen that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask. It is rude to ask too much of people. Son? Can't remember that. All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one. Do you think that the god of the sea perhaps... Do you think that's the god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. Exactly the same as the bookcase next door. In Cosmo's cabin. Perhaps. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase? I don't know. Did she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from a ballet company? Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage? Not everything's bad that happened on the ship is because of me, you know? Well, anyways, I'll set them all straight again, or two. I don't like seeing things in disarray. Ah yes, they're displayed in this cabin too, look. The SSBR's Rule of Passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or pets. Suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean? I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. It's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. Just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh, yes, so do I. This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anyone could enter the cabin from outside. Yes, it's not a particularly heavy duty bolt, is it? Still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. And it seals up perfectly too. Stop any seawater from coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through the crack around the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. There's one of these next to the bed in Cosmo's cabin too. Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist. She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug too. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. Is there anything I missed? Doesn't look like it. Maybe I need to go back into the... Seems like I need to go back into the hallway, maybe? Yeah, maybe. Maybe not. Is there something I should look at then? Oh. Maybe there's something else in a different room I have missed? Maybe. Let's go. Already done that. So maybe there's something in the hallway. Let's see about this. Miss Pavlova's cabin. This could be our chance. What? Burly sailor doesn't appear to be around at the moment. We can investigate every last inch of that cabin. I'm not sure we can go that far, but we could certainly do with looking around more. I'm sure we can learn something. Okay. What are you doing? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, look. Wow, you never know where he's gonna turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something that as he sings to himself. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or is simply in extremely high spirits? Yes, there were times I'm sure you knew. The yard bit off more could chew. Through it all, when there was a doubt, lucky her left. Excuse me. I solved it all and I stood tall. Did it all in the great detective work. Mr. Sholmes. What is it, you wanna fight, huh? Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing and I was just about to read the climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never gonna stop, so I figured now is as good a time as any. feel I nearly dropped you to the floor. That's one of my famous hooks. Right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now can you put those fists away? Mr. Sholmes? You seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in the study of the ship's log, as penned by the stocky-built crewmen who usually guard here. Oh yes, the ship log. And did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... Truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, the boy, is inverted. Whatever you do mean, Mr. Sholmes. Observe the other pages and all shall become clear. Wouldn't seem the same crewman off Stan's century in the first class passageway. And he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes down every 30 minutes? Nothing to Precisely. But simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when it is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. Did even write nothing to report. Do you mean... Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? Remains a mystery for now. Something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribbling nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. The ship's log has been entered into your court record. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see? What makes Sholmes brilliant? When Bernosque has like the parentheses and the blue lines, they're supposed to be like internal things, but I wonder if he's actually saying out loud because people were like respond to him talking about it. Oh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. Seemed to be affected by a throbbing head this morning for some reason, nothing more. Well, my friends, till our next encounter. Still singing to myself. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders down the passageway. Something wrong? Sato-san? Seemed lost in thought. It's just... Well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke up this morning, I've had something of a headache. Sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too? I wonder if everyone was drugged on the... Ah, what was that? Shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted a quarter-mile forward. Full stop, hard starboard, all hands brace for impact. What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship? What? Stan, Sato-san, hold on to me. Sato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine, thank you. Naho-san? Looks like we avoided a collision. I think, yes, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness, what about you, Naho-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello? Is anybody in there? Chat if you need assistance. Uh-oh. Sounds like Inspector Hasanaga? Are you in there, Naho-san? Unbolt the door, quickly. What? The bolt? Look at that. The door is bolted. Did you do that? To that son? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... And all the books. They're just like that they were they're just like they were before. Naruto-san, aren't you gonna open the door and let the inspector in? I'd better tidy this place up first. Our violent emergency stop has solved one mystery, at least in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around, tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. I wonder if something like that happened last night, and that's why the door was bolted. So someone could have came in, killed Kazuma, and left, and then that happened, or something fell, hit Kazuma. That's what killed him. But then, that might have been, you know, that might have been planned, because it seems like everyone was drugged at dinner, besides Kazuma, because he didn't eat. Somehow the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Sato-san took a deep breath and gently slid back the bolt. You! What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? Oh, you both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we were fine. Thank you. What on earth happened? Heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship? Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how'd that happen? There was a dense fog outside, so it was extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought that he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything in chaos. Passengers screaming, crews are running everywhere. This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm? Does that mean someone pressed that button outside? You wicked intruder, dressed in all black. You are the devil. Sorry? Me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is the first. You opened my traveling case. How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector. Yes? Arrest this man. I know he did it. He's a criminal. But not enough that he's killed a man? Ah, and he's a stowaway as well. If the vixen promises not to steal a chicken, do you believe? Take him away. He's a trespasser as well as everything else. Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She's right. You are the devil. They planned something. Doesn't look good, does it? There's a cell below deck. Throw him in. Are we talking Hong Kong? Let me give you straight to the police. Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector Hasanaga, is there nothing you can do? It's a Russian vessel. We have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. Gotta find a solution. Immediately. What are you doing? What the? What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes? Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't a mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh no, no. Well, why are you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious to properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally? I wish to determine if it would have been that conceited-looking hook on the wall so full of bragging bounce. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. You again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector. I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you, most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is it to report? Speak! An urgent report from the great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. Case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the Steamship Bureau, has been solved. By me, naturally. What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanation exists. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I'm about to reveal my great detectives greatly admire great deduction to the case. Ah, you have solved it? Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all know who was responsible for killing student boy this morning. We found the criminal in the wardrobe. It is the stowaway. He has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. As everyone knows, the cabin door is bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must have been someone who is inside the cabin. Yes, it's what's called a locked door mystery in the detective stories. Ah, locked room, that's the point. The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from the outside of the cabin. You're all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there's another entrance. Entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the locked door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why? Gapes open mouth at you even as we speak. Ventilator, man. The ventilator? You think this is funny? I can't even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening? It's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder. Witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Cosmo-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. Looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Precisely, my dear madam. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes? What are you doing? There's a distinct element of danger. Fear not, I am ready. What I am about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Behold. She has a snake? I thought it was a cat. Allow me to introduce you all to the band. Speckled band. A snake? Indubitably. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? Looks more stripy, what do you say? Hmm? Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it a striped band, wouldn't you? You'll see and observe with distinction, however. Do you not think this is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? My goodness, really? It's a trap? Not exactly. I think perhaps it is time that I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for the young man who died. That is all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. There's two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one, last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. Ah. And number two, the same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No. She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Someone must be right. He hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi? Looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. I'd advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend of yours in your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. The whole thing has nothing to do with me. And yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall these horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it's that very pain that evidences you're inextricable, I don't know, linked to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that poor, tenuous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I expected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is this writhing serpent you see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observation on the night question tells of a speckled band, where regrettably, the specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that's what you're trying to, or failing to conceal. That can only be the snake's sloth skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, the most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin? No? I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, was a rare Bermuda snake whose markings changed each time it lost its skin. A snake so dreadful, we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. He's bullshitting. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data in which I have been appraised, it would appear that there was no visible sign of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Now, if we take that as fact, you can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove cause of death conclusively. The almost but not quite imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will see the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. He wasn't bitten. He broke his neck. There's no point in feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary gaze betrays the hiding place which you choose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't. It is telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his own. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you used to train your serpent friend? To train? Indeed. You put the serpent through the ventilator and wait. Your period, you summoned it back with a whistle. You couldn't have noticed. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared to not have been dispatched, you would release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training? It's not true. Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the speckled band. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of the food is the key to training any creature. She must have a cat instead. Or incredible, you solved the mystery. Amazing, your great deduction really lives up to his name. You can see why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man, there's nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Can I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course, what is on your mind? Just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madam. And reptiles, don't drink milk. Ah. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see? So, I'm not sure it'd be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova has used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Ah. Yes, so I'm not sure it would be really possible to signal a snake by whistling. Madame, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snake that dances to the sound of the flute? I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears? These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Dr. Sholmes. Or Mr. Sholmes. There's one other thing. You have more? Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat, dull cord like the ones in these cabins. Then you should try harder. Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake has gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it wouldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, you don't mean? Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down to your wrist again. What? You've done it again. Your handcuffs are gone. Where'd they go? Fear not, I shall see that the restorer after our work is done. Really wish you'd lead them off. Now, everyone, Let us begin. Sherlock Holmes is about to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Again. Miss Pavla, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. The whole thing has nothing to do with me. And you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall these horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. She does have a pain expression on her face. Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly. Is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then? Let's take a moment and really look closely at Miss Pavlova. Oh, Naruto-san, look. Looks like a very painful wound. Looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. And fairly recently, too. Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here.
Yes!
Yes, when you recall those horrid events, the claw scratches smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night? When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable, link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole the victim's cabin at that contentious night? Why, naturally, it was the friend which you boarded this vessel with, was it not? As I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is this riding serpent we can see before us. It seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is the true identity of this friend of hers? Should follow her gaze, Naruto-san. That's where we'll find the answer. Yeah, it's a cat. Oh, look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. She's exceptionally beautiful. Exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true. But personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we better take a closer look at this. Look at the little cat Miss Pavlova is cuddling here. Oh, what a cute little kitten. It could vie with you, couldn't it? It could vie with you, couldn't it, Naruto-san, for the blackest outfit? A black kitten. And from the look of this picture, at least Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it.
Yes!
Without a doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Darka is my best friend. Couldn't leave her behind. Darka appears to be a Russian blue. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, the specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation, then, can we then give, pray? Was the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. It has nothing to do with any of this. But it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that's which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be the snake's sloth's skin. You see that? She just took out something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. She just left it in her pocket. No one would ever have known. Yes, boys like that are shown especially. He ever so cleverly forces her to reveal something. Thought deduction was especially, or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that this is the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlo hiding behind her back? Well, it is speckled, and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy. A long piece of cloth of some sort. And that kind of looks like a handle at one end. I think it may be a cat's toy, sort of common in the West apparently. Also a toy for cats. Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them, and they pounce to catch it. Haha, sounds positively adorable.
Yes!
Yes, the thing you are trying but failing to conceal is a cat's toy. Precisely, and the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator? You waved it around, I presume? Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared to the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat toy to entice the creature to return. Huh. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. A truly troublesome feline young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. The photograph of Miss Pavlova and Darka has been entered into the court record. It was after I gave her food last night. That wouldn't happen. She scratched up the back of my hand and then ran up the boil cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she is so naughty. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data which I have been appraised, it would appear that there was no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. What Mr. Solm says is true. There was no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body. That's right. But Solm seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now.
Yes!
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes, I knew there was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganoff is some sort of a mortal freak, you know? The jury is out. Anyways, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. No, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something. Or someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found though. Presumably Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. I suppose. It's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It would have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Oh, yes, a bad fall can explain it. It's rather hard to believe that Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix his deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened?
Yes!
Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I've constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye are my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's lace leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped. Please, no. And by a dreadful turn of misfortune caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell on the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are clearer as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place which you choose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. I don't believe it. Kazuma someone merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. But if this part of Mr. Sholm's deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she's just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be somewhere. Is it the... This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first class cabins have them. But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in there yet. Oh, what's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you.
Yes!
That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Ah. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object. Would seem one that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely, we found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And you can see the two pieces fit together perfectly. No. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste papers basket in your cabin? Well acquainted with this glass pill, are you not? I don't know. In that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavla and the little glass bell, that would be the picture.
Yes!
If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, is the very glass bell in question. Truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Was your absent feline friend, Darka. Couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. What a way to go. tripping over a cat. But then that doesn't explain why everyone was drugged. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquired that rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it? Yes. And I had read the rules on the wall, and I knew I was not allowed Darko. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was in there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, you thought it was safe to try to lure the kitten back again? By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin. Dark always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling sound Kazuma wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. Just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... I nearly passed out with shock. Heard her cry out, and then, oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Kazuma was... From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Bureau is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet. The combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet, Tarka is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she's disappeared again. Gracious, the cat is as unsufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself, at least. When I woke up this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right, where is it? The snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it and where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship? Oh, didn't I say? Snake is my friend. His name is... Trochko? Hmm? What? What? That snake belongs to you? He escaped from cage when the emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. Did not expect to find him in here. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Ah, We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend, without someone who understands? And you find someone a little more human, who would understand you better? But my dear burly fellow? A gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger. Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Hmm? Your skull does not have venom. He's harmless. Very long, but very gentle. He's adorable, like Granny. It's venomless? Yes. Now he is hungry, so he's in a bad mood, but once I feed him, you'll see a big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ah, like they seem. Like they say they milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Hirschko eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses. Ah. Oh, so? Is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. He refuses to drink milk, can't hear a whistle, can't climb up a bell cord, it's not even venomous. The deuce did something so inept land a starring role. It's not my fault, I do not make up stories. My pure skull is... Go. Yeah, I don't know how to say that properly. It's nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. Miss Pavlova. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please, remember this. A young man lost his life, and you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But what are you talking about, Miss Mikotova? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events, an accident. I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Do you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. I just can't put my finger on it. I confess. I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues in the matter. Oh. I'm only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Ah, not again, why did he do that? Especially as they're on your wrists as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were Mr. Schultz? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that means. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. And about that scene in your cabin. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes. What should we ponder first? Is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? That's what we must establish in the first instance. But we've already established it, haven't we? A man tripped over a kitten that climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but an accident.
Hold it!
Wait, let's just take a step back. Doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, right? Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. So that couldn't have possibly been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. I'm writing the Russian word.
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Sogi could have left this message on the floor. That script? It's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word ran means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language, Japanese in this case. But maybe he was saying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. It does not seem like that doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry? What do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There's no way that Mr. Sogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't have possibly written anything. Because he was already dead. That's not the only reason either. There was something else we found in Mr. Isoki's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been in there. What Miss Pavlova told us was true. What? So that the sun has noticed it too then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this is no accident. In other words, the ships? Oh no, it'll be inside the cabin. Is it this, maybe? Or... this maybe? Or this? This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. Well, that's the glass bell the can had around its neck. We already knew about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. But where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there's a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? That's really what happened. And how did one half of the bell end up back here, in this cabin? Ah. Yes, I remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that wastepaper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. But when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. The same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up his or her own guilt. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's. You're wasting time. Someone else was there? Duh, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from the inside. There's no way in or out. Oh, yes. And the only other person in the cabin when young student died was you.
Yes!
It's true. I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I can have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor. In an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then, the same person picked up the broken glass bell that fell into the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Sogi really died. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell anyway? Leaving half behind was already going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. A single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would have barely have cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder then, that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of a tiny item. You always suspect me, don't you? Seaman Stroganoff? Nina is a woman of the sea. She's the daughter of a strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was a dancer on the ship, a member of the ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. So that's it. You see that when the young student died, Dina was in there. His cabin. That's not possible. I give my tooth. Well, this is all the most interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How could you be so sure? You are a great detective, you should know. Look truth in the eyes, Captain Bulkhead. Shut from inside. Cabin bulkhead. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me that the killer can walk through locked doors? Niet? It's not possible. He's right. But wait, I read about this in detective stories. People often tie threads around the door latches so they can open and close them from the outside. Thread? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find in any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel, not a gap in sight. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used. of course not. Thought so too. Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so... Naruto-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? So, Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door can have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. In this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind have been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside. One way does spring to mind us. Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telltale signs that the methods were used to slide the cabin door bolts from the outside. It was the alarm, but oh my. Why is nothing lighting up? Unless it's in the court record? I don't think so. Yeah, no, I can't, resent any of that. Maybe it won't light up, so maybe I just have to like hit that.
Yes.
This is it. This just shows how it's done. It only shows how something was done. I concur. In fact, an excellent way to show how easy it is to jump in the wrong conclusion. Oh. What? Truly dismissal way to show how the bolt could be. It just shut from the outside. Really need to say truly dismissal? Surely it can't be really possible to make slide shut without touching it all, can it? Sure that it is. Something in the back of my mind tells me so. Do you really know what Mr. Solms means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have, so can I do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Then it would have been this, right? But still not. Still not like lighting up at all. And nothing's lighting up. Is it bugged? Hmm. Let me look something up real quick just before I reload the game. Usually when you have something that you can present, it will like, the reticle will light up, like to a light blue. But it's not doing that at all for anything in this room. Like, I'm assuming it would be the books. But nothing's lighting up, and I've already went along the entire room and nothing was really lighting up. So either I missed something or it might be bugged. It says present the bookcase like I thought, but maybe it doesn't have to light up.
Yes!
Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, it's what known. It's what's known as the force of inertia acting on the objects. Is there nothing wrong? Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book, at least? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over the books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolts on the cabin door. It was very obvious just after emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello? Is anyone in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hasanaga. Did the meathead kill him? Maybe. Oh yes. That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across the locked room. Like, I wonder... They stuck her on the ship, right? Or at least the dude did. So I wonder if like they realized that Kazuma is still awake, because obviously someone drugged the food that night, and that's why everyone else has a headache but Kazuma didn't eat it because he doesn't like chicken. So maybe they found out, oh, he's still awake and he might know like she's in there or something like that, and maybe he went in there and killed him, or maybe he really did like trip on the cat or something like that. But like there seems to be more going on here. Or maybe Kazuma was just straight up assassinated by them. Because like the motive is unknown at the moment. That's it. When the ship stopped, suddenly the bolt flew across and locked the door. Yes, it's made of metal, but small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inepta. About that? Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Asogi was killed, SS Bureau made another emergency stop. When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had been toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh, yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? And when we came into the cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like Mr. Asogi's cabin. Oh my. Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Bureau made an emergency stop? Does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room? Oh, it's simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm? Oh, yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there, telling you to only press the button in times of emergency? On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it was a little earlier today. Herlock Sholmes has to be on something. Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. Sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with this ship? I report you to Captain. I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure that all can wait later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learnt a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider? Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi-kun. After what happened to Mr. Asogi? Did this ship make an emergency stop, or did it not? You are idiots. Bureau has a huge ship with many passengers, but if we did make an emergency stop, even in the middle of the night, there would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night? Yes? Maybe?
Yes!
One moment. Seaman Shogunov, it's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, is that not right? Duh, that is correct. Why? In the ship's log here, this would be where you would record the details of your duties. What do you do with that? That it's mine. Ah, you rather carelessly left it on top of a little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with the mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night to first light this morning, nothing was recorded. Nothing recorded in the log? That is... because nothing happened. If nothing happened, you would normally write "nothing to report," wouldn't you? Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Bureau. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill the ship. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish. If I'm perfectly honest, I found that a little hard to believe myself. Oh? Why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anyone would sleep through that, even if it did happen in the dead of night. Well, no, that's a good point. What of the throbbing? Sorry? What do you mean? Your head, man. Throbbing of your head since this morning, we all have suffered with it. Oh. Oh, yes. I have had a headache. You're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right, my head's been throbbing like today too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe, and those handcuffs put on me at that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, you boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. Stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Oh, well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact. And all of that, Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say there was something wrong with the chicken? No. No. Really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific design to induce very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug? Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug, so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? For Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What? Mr. Sholmes. Well, Seaman? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter would get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have been an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew, the captain himself, would be hauled over the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade. Please, no more. I'll tell everything. I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes. So when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help everyone together. She threw away everything, her fame and the ballet. Mother Russia, we wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You're right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter. We cannot make all drug. You say, dissolve? Ugh, about heavy seasoning. At midnight in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by a comrade on shore with small fishing. While the passengers on the SS Bureau slept soundly, thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. So, that's what happened. The only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who disliked the chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to unlock Cosma's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Oh, of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their leaving meal of chicken in the cabins. After which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Right. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes. The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway. And so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolts of a single cabin door on the ship, culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours in the morning. You have talked a long time and said many things. What is the point? Point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate Bert. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would that would reveal the culprit's identity. It's someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But I don't know anything about this. I'm just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I'm a sailor, and sailors don't listen long. Boring stories we don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our own eyes. A laudable trait. What? I'm quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes? You hear it? The accusatory whatever cry of guilt on the wind. What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. Can't hear such a call with your ears? No. You must hear with your eyes, for observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come. For one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance if you please. What exactly, Mr. Sholmes? Observation, my dear fellow. Just as I said, these two prevaricators? Observation. If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, didn't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely, you are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. Right ear? She has such a petite ears among that beautiful hair, little pink shells. Oh, what's that? Something attached to her ear. Oh, I expect that's what's called an earring? Little piece of jewelry? An earring, is it? It's really tiny. Perhaps part of it's missing, maybe. So now all that's left is that clasp part that attaches to the ear. If that's the case, it doesn't appear to have noticed that it's broken. It's just petite ears. Oh, what's that? Something dangling down from your ear. It's an earring. As the moon part looks as though it's made of wood. Charming, isn't it? Women do seem to love adornments like that. In their hair, around their necks, on their fingers, even hanging from their ears, it seems. Well, jewelry is beautiful, Naruhodo-san. I don't... Oh, hang on. I see that. Oh, look at this. Seen some kind of stain in an unusual place. Yes, you're right. Looks like the ink. Like ink, if I'm not mistaken. And look at the color too. It's clear where this came from.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Huh? Ah, yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from. So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain. What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of the Seaman Stroganoff. The back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform. And I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. With my pleasure. Alright then, the evidence that proves what that stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is.
Yes!
Yes, it's this photograph, and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink? A rather unusual color ink. Purple. Ah, the penny drops at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of the exactly the same color. If the ink has been dry, it couldn't possibly have been stained your... If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means... you must have been present in the cabin, in the moments immediately after the ink was spilled. Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in the dead student's cabin to make it look like the wardrobe man did it. And I pressed the button to make Bira do an emergency stop and bolt the cabin doors shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel. Biff, please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do the talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. And our angel came to me. She was white like a sheet. Biff, please, you must help me. I went with her. The door to the cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw a student boy on the floor. What happened here? Please, don't tell anyone. My little furry friend. Everything that happened in the cabin is like the kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Suki's cabin. Then he tripped over and broke his neck when he fell onto the floor. Yes, that's right. So after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find its occupant laying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard the sound of something fall on the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was now locked, so she opened it to look, and you already know what happened after. There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Soki's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? I already told you. When Nina opened the door of the student's cabin, I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Oh. Yes, that's right. I saw him. It was dark, and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. So, is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph. Yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are in facts, there's one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural. What do you mean, unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, well... Kazuma tripped and fell by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck. Which part of this photographic print seems unnatural? His... facial expression, maybe? Or... I'm gonna go with his facial expression at the moment. Or maybe how he fell? I don't...
Yes!
He must be here. Surely. No, it's not his facial expression. Allow me to offer a piece of advice regarding pursuits of detection, my dear fellow. Nadine. Crucial point. Yeah. And it can be equally helpful to use them. Very fine language beneath its fingertips, surely. The crass detail was orchestrated by the culprit? No, I mean the identity of another point. Identify another point. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. Losing your footing yourself. Would you land as the victim? Oh! The other hand's in a fist. You look at the sort of fellow who stumbles with some regularity. This should be an easy task. But do I? Some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck. Or this photo seems unnatural. Because when you fall, you try to catch yourself. And seems kind of weird that his hand is in a fist.
Yes!
Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, and then his fist didn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he was gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found in there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please. Why, of course, my dear madam. Why would I keep you in suspense? It's her earring. This is what I found. Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle? Yes, you're right. Crescent moon. It's very pretty. But what does it tell us? Tells us nothing. I'm not so sure that crescent moon looks looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it before. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key. What? Truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Cosmo's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe. Find the answer with your own eyes.
Yes!
Miss Pavlova, I noticed that on your ear. Even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part seems to be missing. The little link holding it must have been broken, I suppose. Huh? What? But looking at your other ear, I noticed the crescent moon. I don't believe it. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there is only one logical conclusion. Do you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova? Mr. Sugi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before you fell to the floor. In other words, last night, in Mr. Sugi's cabin, you witnessed the moments when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. Then the question is, why did Mr. Sogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh. Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. Then, when I was last in this cabin and I could relax after this horrible long day. Darka, wait. I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. Tried to call her with a little whistle. Tried waving her favorite toy. Nothing worked. I would not come back. What are you doing at this? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. Young man from your country. He was very polite and kind. He helped me find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, I was going to leave the man's cabin. Just a moment. Sorry, but... Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere. Ah. Oh, of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina? Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land from far away east know of a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But Well, what are you doing here on the ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company is performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. Oh, you've run away. Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's gonna pull that cord. He's gonna tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Didn't happen. Everything at once. It's only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then Darker jumped down my arms, down to the young man's feet, and as he turned around to look at me, I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. That's when he went to fetch help from Seaman Stroganoff, who's on duty out in the passageway. I hear Nina kinder out on the thud on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at the cabin door, shaking like a leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go." So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Cosmo's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. Went to the cabin to look around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And I found the stowaway and wardrobe still sleeping. Right. That's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the stowaway. I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. Wait for me? That was the only reason why Susato-san started to believe me. Said I was. I dragged the young man's body to a good place and used ink that was spilling to write on the floor. I wrote, "Wardrobe," so that the person who found him would look inside the wardrobe and find stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. Gotta sneeze. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. Then Angel went back to her cabin and I finished the job by pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Yes. Accordingly, the SS Bureau did come to an emergency halt a little after 2 a.m. thus enticing the bolts from the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried that he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes. Even if he had pulled the bell... if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? It was what he said first. It made me scared. What he said first? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. I'm sorry. I was a friend of mine. He said an inspector. It's his friend. Oh. Yes, meaning me. Who was supposed to be acting as bodyguard. Thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he can pull the bell cord, May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asogi really gonna pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I don't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. He told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He was gonna pull the cord. He was gonna make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, today's work is not done yet, it seems. There's one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at that moment? He was probably gonna open the wardrobe and talk to Renosuke. Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail about that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe. Still, the cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama. That's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. There's one thing I've learned today. It's that a simple gaze can reveal all manners of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze of where it lands. So, when you turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at?
Take that!
Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to read the bell cord. However, what is directly besides the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe. And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night? Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Another opinion. Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh, no. Sadly, we cannot know the truth for certain. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently. He had. Miss Pavlova? I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. Hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry. Really. So sorry. What have I done? And so at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Bureau was finally laid to rest. On the January 7:14 p.m. SS Bureau First Class Cabin Passageway. What will happen to Miss Pavlova then? Do I prefer this type of case or court stuff? This is a nice change of pace. This kind of seems new to this type of game, maybe. Or maybe they did these type of cases later on in the other games that I haven't played Ace Attorney, but this is a nice change of pace. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now and then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort that all out. Mr. Sholmes can do that. So she won't be going back to Russia then. No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I thought she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. See? I'm sorry. See me and Stroganoff? I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you. About how you lost a good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Cosmo's death feels like such a waste, but... well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Duh. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm gonna have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes. I did stow away after all. Couldn't really expect any different. So you should go back to your cabin for now. It looks like my study tour of Great Britain is over before it even begun then. To think that only days ago, Cosmo and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. That seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Susata-san? Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. I haven't been back long. Inspector Hasanaga just told me I should pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow morning and all that. I still can't believe this has happened. Can't believe someone's life can just be over, just like that. Sato-san. He had such grand ideas for the visit to Great Britain, so many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he had. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. That was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. Too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. Wish there was something I could say. Inspector, my duty was to see Asugi-san safely to Great Britain. But I failed. Caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. and I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now. At least... Huh? Surprise, Mr. Naruhodo. What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It is distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them for old time's sake. Shall we say you're a stowaway after all? Thinks this is funny? Mr. Sholmes, I do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And although it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heart-rending. I hope that you'll be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. That would be disembarking at the next port, Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was a stowaway. Terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Isoki's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no, I don't care for me, but for Susata-san. Dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution. All you require is one lawyer and the study tour. Study tour can continue, surely. But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes. Miss Susata. Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo. That's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anyone could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. Can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato? I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer, one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, no, no. It's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we are all aboard. Give us interest, give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning till this very moment now. Despite condemning the passing of his close companion and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and all above courage. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector. After all, I did make a promise, didn't I? So did I do everything at all to make up for my shortcomings here? Oh, thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters. I need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my report. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant, after all. Thank you. And Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. His name is Karuma. It's a great sword. That's been in the Sogi clan for generations. Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it. Always. So then, Miss Susato, seems we'll be working together for some time. Hasn't come yet. It'll be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. Shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you. Goodness, what is it? Please throw me to the ground 3 times. What? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything. That should have been the obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away, and the cabin door was locked from the inside. No! Only you make excuses for me. Whatever circumstances, I should never have thrown you. Not that... And not just once, but 5 times. Number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take me Take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it. No, 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 no. I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. Where did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling? Oh, well, in a way. It's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique. Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. Leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I'm somewhat of a accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind to instruct me on that technique of your wrestling throw? Yes, I'll be honored. Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam. Oh, of course. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Oh, yes. Wrestling indeed. That's what you... And that is what you termed the Susato takedown, is it? Actually, no. That was a Susato squash. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Cosmo flickered into my mind. Kuruma? That's right. The prized sword that's been passed down to the generations of the Usoki clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Rinosuke. It can't be parted from a katana. Kuruma guides me. I truly believe that. So a stand compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there is something very important that I have to do in Great, and I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course, I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I know you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what it was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. Great Britain's capital, London. That one was longer than the other one. 'Cause I think that one was like 6 hours in total. But yeah, I'm gonna end today. But I'm really enjoying this game so far. Those that other type of case is interesting. Where you work everything out without outside the courtroom. So I'm assuming there's gonna be more of those like that in the next either next 3 cases or next game. Anyways, I'm gonna end today. Thank y'all for coming out. I'll stream tomorrow, probably around the same time. Well, not the same time as today. Same time as Sunday. So around 3 p.m. maybe? Pacific, that is. Anyways, have a good night. Thank you for coming out, and see y'all tomorrow. Bye bye.